I think I've had it.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Cleveland County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Prairie County in central Arkansas, west central Monroe County in eastern Arkansas, southeastern Jefferson County in southeastern Arkansas, northwestern Lincoln County in southeastern Arkansas, Arkansas County in southeastern Arkansas. thunderstorm warning for southwestern Holmes County in central Mississippi, northwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, southeastern Humphreys County in central Mississippi. Tornado warning for Central Holmes County in central Mississippi, northwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, southeastern Humphreys County in central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Tensas Parish in northeastern Louisiana, eastern Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, Warren County in west central Mississippi, northern Claiborne County in southwestern Mississippi, southwestern Yazoo County in central Mississippi, southeastern Issaquena County in west central Mississippi.
My grandpa taught me about buck knives and shotguns, how to cast an old zip code, how to work a stick shift. He taught me the Bible about all 12 disciples. He made sure that I know there's life after this, with pearly gates and streets of gold. And if I just believe, that's where I'll go. Lord, when I die, I wanna live on the outskirts of heaven, where there's dirt roads for miles and hay in the fields and fish in the river, where there's dogwood trees and honeybees and blue skies and green grass forever. So Lord, when I die, I want to live on the outskirts of heaven.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Warren County in west central Mississippi, northeastern Claiborne County in southwestern Mississippi, western Hinds County in central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Desha County in southeastern Arkansas.
With acreage and a backyard that's shady and a squeaky front porch swing. That's where I wanna hang my wings when I die. I wanna live on the outskirts of heaven, where there's dirt roads for miles and hay in the fields and fish in the river, where there's dogwood trees and honeybees and blue skies and green grass forever. So Lord, when I die, I wanna live on the outskirts of heaven. The good Lord knows me, He knows I need blue skies and green grass forever.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Phillips County in eastern Arkansas, Coahoma County in northwestern Mississippi, southwestern Tunica County in northwestern Mississippi, central Quitman County in northwestern Mississippi.
Lord, when I die, I wanna live on the outskirts of heaven.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Holmes County in central Mississippi, southeastern Carroll County in north-central Mississippi, northwestern Atala County in central Mississippi. Tornado warning for northeastern Holmes County in central Mississippi, southeastern Carroll County in north-central Mississippi, northwestern Atala County in central Mississippi, southeastern Montgomery County in north-central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for Holmes County in central Mississippi, southwestern Atala County in central Mississippi, northeastern Yazoo County in central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Tipton County in western Tennessee, Fayette County in western Tennessee, northwestern Hardeman County in western Tennessee, southern Haywood County in western Tennessee, southwestern Madison County in western Tennessee, eastern Shelby County in western Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm warning for Crockett County in western Tennessee, southeastern Gibson County in western Tennessee, southwestern Carroll County in western Tennessee, central Haywood County in western Tennessee, northwestern Madison County in western Tennessee. Severe thunderstorm warning for Webster County in north-central Mississippi, northwestern Clay County in northeastern Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Leake County in central Mississippi, eastern Madison County in central Mississippi. Tornado warning for northwestern Leake County in central Mississippi, northeastern Madison County in central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Webster County in north-central Mississippi, Clay County in northeastern Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Leake County in central Mississippi, southern Choctaw County in central Mississippi, southwestern Octobeha County in northeastern Mississippi, eastern Atala County in central Mississippi, Winston County in east central Mississippi. Severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Choctaw County in central Mississippi, northern Octobeha County in northeastern Mississippi, southern Clay County in northeastern Mississippi.
for the land of the free, free, and the free, and the free.
All right, just give me a second here, guys, as I attempt to edit some things. Do that, and then make slow mode. Very good. Very good, very good, very good. I think we got all that working. Should be all right. And I think we're good. I think we are good. Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome to another live stream. So the thing of it is that these storms right now are kind of like pretty weak. So that's kind of the good news. I really wanted to live stream a lot later on today, but there's just kind of like a bunch of tornado warnings now. So I was just like, you know what? Fine. I'll live stream. But these tornado warnings are pretty garbage. All right. So if you live in these, I'm not saying fully discredit them, but I'm also telling you they're pretty bad. So you should be fine on that premise. But yeah, Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you all had a good New Year's. For people who don't know me, my name is Nate. I also go by Hockey Boy and Nate. And yeah, we're gonna be doing live coverage of this tornado event here today. I would have uploaded a video this morning, but I decided to do one thing that I haven't done in a long time. And that was actually full on pay attention to the event from bottom to top. From the morning, setup from the morning all the way into the afternoon and all the way into the evening. And stuff like that from yesterday and then back into the morning here. And I continue to pay attention every single hour as to what the different trends were and stuff like that. And that was kind of the big difference here. I haven't done that in like a super long time. And doing that kind of stuff, for me, at least helps me understand what the environment is not only like, but it also allows me to get better at my own forecasting. Because we all know that, you know, no one is exactly perfect here. But I've basically done something completely different that I haven't done in a long time, and I don't exactly regret it, honestly. I kind of enjoyed what I did. So I'm just hoping people stay safe here from this event. Let's take a look at the two new tornado warnings, one which is about to impact Bowling Green here. And I'm not joking when I say this rotation's kind of garbage. I mean, it has a little bit of rotation here, but it's like super linear. So what basically is happening here is the entire storm is being put on its side, and you got this entire line that just elongates here from like Brownsville all the way down to Bowling Green. And because it's kind of like tilted, the rotation is kind of tilted too. It's not exactly pixel to pixel right on each other, and it's kind of just being pushed off by a lot of these strong damaging winds. So at the moment right now, it's not too organized, and it hasn't been really all too organized for like a while. As a matter of fact, you know, it had a tornado warning over when it was near Russellville, but like it, you know, ever since then, you know, since it was in Corinth, it hasn't really done anything. So, I mean, it still has rotation. It's on the southern end of Bowling Green. So if you're along I-65, heading towards the Smiths Grove and the Park City areas, I highly recommend you guys just go ahead and get into some form of shelter. That would probably be the best case scenario for you if that was, well, if I were you guys, just in case if this thing does end up, you know, turning out to be tornadic. But for the most part right now, that seems pretty tame. Now, this other tornado warning down here, on the other hand, this one that's near Middleton and Franklin, this one's kind of the opposite. So you guys can see how the velocities are showing up here with the greens moving towards the radar and the reds moving away. So right within there, you can clearly see there is rotation with a little bit of contamination there, but that's not that big of a deal, honestly. If this thing decides to tighten up, I would not be surprised if this thing does produce a like brief tornado. It would be getting off closer towards the I-65 areas, north of the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, so north of Mitchellville, near the Franklin vicinity, heading towards US Highway 31 West. So if you live over there, all right, if you live in that general vicinity near Franklin, heading towards the Woodburn area along I-65, I highly recommend you guys get into a safe space, because there definitely could be something there, something tornadic that could definitely start to spawn. There's actually been reports of damage past. It says Train Spotter reported a tornado that did damage to a grain silo near Highway 79 and 1151. So there's been a history of damage over here with these storms along the line, but otherwise, for the most part, it's kind of, a bit shaky. Yep, Happy New Year, everyone. Glad everyone decided to come to the live stream. Now, for people who want to know what all has changed, nothing much. I'm going to be completely honest with you, nothing much. You can see here's the convective outlook here from the Storm Prediction Center. You can see there's a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 on yellow, and 3 in orange. And so you can see, if you remember what the outlook looked like yesterday, it hasn't really changed all too much. As a matter of fact, the orange kind of like shrank a little bit. But for the most part, it does have, its characteristics for it to be tornadic. And you can clearly see the tornado risk here as it moves on through. Now, the one thing I will say, okay? One thing I will say is that my areas to watch out for are kind of not exactly in the 10% tornado risk, okay? I know full well that there are, this entire line that's moving on through right now. If we go to the satellite imagery, this line here, I know full well that as it moves on through, this could potentially create, tornadic conditions. But I don't think that that'll give you like the strongest tornadoes possible. And that's if something else happens, all right? And I'm watching down here. So right along the border of the 10% and the 5% here in central Mississippi, or north central Mississippi, north central Alabama, heading towards the northeastern portions of Mississippi and northwestern portions of Alabama. This area right in here is kind of where I'm watching. Anywhere from Columbus and, well, there's just actually the general area of Columbus, Eupora and Tupelo and Coleman, Jasper, Florence, Huntsville. That kind of area right there, I really am, kind of concerned about. So I do have 2021 on there. Jeez, I thought I fixed everything. Oh well, it is 2022. But, still, this thing is a pretty significant day. We already have a tornado watch that is in effect right now for portions of south central Kentucky and western to middle Tennessee, and that'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if there was people who are trying to wonder as to when that tornado watch would expire, that's when it would be. Although I do believe that you guys could potentially get another tornado watch after that, because there's going to be another line that could move on through, and I'm kind of concerned about that one as well. But that line, that second line that'll move on through, I think will be more of a strong damaging wind risk rather than a tornado risk. So we'll have to see as that continues to move about. But these storms are kind of doing their own thing at the moment, and of course that's the reason why there is a tornado warning right now. So let's look back at it here real quickly. We got the one tornado warning which just passed Bowling Green. This is over for Warren County, and that'll be in effect until 12:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then we also have the other one here, which is for Warren and Simpson counties, and that'll also be in effect until 12:15. So watch out there. There is a little bit of rotation with the cell over there now in Bowling Green, but only just a little bit. Let's see if I can take some storm motion and tell. Yeah, there you go. So we have a little bit of rotation here. Of course, reds are moving away, greens are moving towards. So right in the middle, almost along I-65, heading towards the US Highway 68 areas. is where the rotation would most likely be. So watch out for that. I don't see any turbulence here indicated by spectrum width that is anything too concerning. But for the most part, we got, some severe weather here within this general vicinity. And we're just going to have to continue to watch out as to how this continues to unfold. Latest scan just came in, and this storm kind of just intensified a bit. It definitely did intensify a little bit. Got a lot of this surface-based activity. Got more oranges here in this general area, but the only issue with that is that you have a lot of inflow that's surging in right now. So we have reds, as I said, moving away. But if we take a look at the reflectivity, okay, this clearly means that the reds moving away is your inflow moving into the storm right within here. So in order for this to really, kind of pop off a bit more, is you need your greens to really surge on and touch, the brightest reds and oranges here, and we don't exactly have that. It's actually kind of pretty disorganized for the most part. So until you see these greens really start to become kind of bright right next to these oranges, not expected to do a whole lot at the moment. But this does look like this thing could probably produce now that it's past Bowling Green. So we're gonna have to watch out for how this thing unfolds. But for the most part, yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. So, a lot of people are asking as to what could potentially happen for some other areas. So I'm going to pull back up the convective outlook here. If you're in the yellow or the orange, I would watch out for severe weather today. All right, specifically areas along the orange or along the border of the orange. Like if you're along the yellow, but you're like, right next to the orange area, then you need to watch out 100%. But if you're like near the green, if you're like along the border of the green and yellow, unless if you're like in Georgia, I could potentially see something in like northern Georgia heading off towards the Appalachians, then you should be fine. But otherwise, yeah, it'll be pretty interesting to say the least. So, one thing I asked for you guys to help me out here to try and get the information out to as many people as possible is by liking the live stream. You actually help me get this out to as many people on YouTube as, it possibly can. So, if you guys keep liking the live stream, tell other people to like the live stream to help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube, then you're helping me get this information out to as many people as possible. So, if you guys do that, that would be greatly appreciated. As I said, we're all just one giant team, and we're trying to get the information out to as many people as possible. Alright, I'm looking through here. What is the blue box? This is a mesoscale discussion for snow and stuff. Yeah, heavy snow. So I actually had a pretty interesting hot take. I said that the winter weather could potentially be worse than the severe weather. And so far, just by looking at it, that kind of is looking to be the case. But we'll have to just see as to how this continues to move on through. When is Memphis going to get hit the worst? Well, let's take a look here at some of the models, all right? Let's, you can see what the, my thumbnail was. And where I got it from. Looks like Weatherbell is just going to take a bit, isn't it? There we go. All right, and then we're going to do precipitation, reflectivity, 16Z. And so Memphis is getting some scattered showers and thunderstorms right now, but then they're going to get another line here probably at like 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock. Maybe a little bit later than that. And then you guys just consistently get a bunch of rain. And then this will continue to move on through. But you guys can also see where I'm coming from with how these random showers and thunderstorms that kind of form out in front. This right here is what I'm kind of concerned about. You can see how more of these continue to form all the way throughout the evening into later on overnight hours. And that's kind of what I'm really worried about. Is that what do they do? But things should turn linear. Things should turn linear by like midnight. Of course, you know, if I need to continue to live stream past midnight, I will. It might be a little bit hard enough for me to actually, you know, get a live stream. The live stream saved, but I'm gonna try and take that risk, unless if there's like something very, very significant. But otherwise, I think I might take that risk here tonight. Ban everything with the 5 says, how will these storms affect Bigfoot and UFO sightings? I don't think that'll impact your sightings at all, my friend. So you'll have to see. So someone asked about Tennessee. Yeah, Bowling Green is under a warning. They are indeed. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. Bowling Green's not under a warning anymore. They're fine. Smith's Grove might start to go here in a second. That's starting to look kind of concerning. Yeah, if you're in Tennessee, all right, I would just watch out for severe weather if you can. All right, I saw a lot of people are like, you know, in Tennessee in general. You know, my recommendation to you is just watch out for the potential for severe weather because it's definitely possible today. It's definitely there. Yeah, wow, yeah, you guys are sending me damage from Hopkinsville earlier. And that looks pretty crazy. All this is like low top supercells too, which is kind of even more scary. Round 3, you should be concerned. I wouldn't be concerned, I'd be cautious. Because if you're concerned, then you're probably going to not be able to make the correct judgments and you'll be rushed. So if you know, chill and keep it clear, open mind, you'll be fine. That's fine, Sunshine, that's fine. As I said, we're, well, I didn't say this before, but we're all basically doing the same thing. We're all trying to get our analysis out to as many people as possible. So we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings out here in the middle of Tennessee, and we're going to continue to kind of see this. It's going to kind of like interlude. You're going to get a lot of activity, and then we're going to not get a lot of activity. And then we're going to get activity, and then we're going to not get a lot of activity. So I think the storm will be better by 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, trying to fly from Atlanta to Quad Cities. I think the storms will be a lot more significant as we get to later and later on in the day. So, new tornado warning. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Marion County in central Kentucky, northeastern Taylor County in central Kentucky.
That's all the way up here. Let's see if I can find. Do I have a radar for that? I do. So this is, as the guy said, Marion and Taylor County here in Kentucky. That'll be in effect until 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. So if you live here in Bradfordsville, Merrimack, and the Phillipsburg areas, guys need to kind of take your proper precautions because there might actually be a tornado on the ground right now. And yeah, I definitely think that there probably is. There's not a debris signature, but it's not like that matters a whole lot. Right now at least. Because this storm definitely, yeah, it has very strong rotation. You can see here, reds and oranges moving away, greens moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is a very tight couplet, very small, tight couplet. We have a new tornado warning on top of that.
Tornado warning for southwestern Greene County in central Kentucky, southeastern Hart County in central Kentucky, northern Barron County in south central Kentucky, northwestern Metcalfe County in south central Kentucky, southeastern Edmonson County in south central Kentucky.
So I was gonna say something and then they just kept going and going with how many counties there were, but this is the extension for the cell that went through Bowling Green and is approaching Smith's Grove. Now, for me here, all right, this kind of looks like the bottom edge is kind of jutting out, so it's got a lot of strong damaging winds more than anything. So you might have a bit of a bookend vortex here at the top, maybe paralleling the interstate here, 65 here in Kentucky along Smiths Grove and Park City. So watch out for that. Could potentially be a tornado back over there. But let's take a look back at this tornado warning that is over here near Phillipsburg, because I am actually pretty intrigued by it to see if it actually was on the ground at some point. It definitely could have, but I don't think I see anything real convincing. Yeah, I don't think I see anything real convincing here as to whether or not this was on the ground, but honestly, I think it probably was on the ground. I mean, these storms are pretty small, you know, very small, low top storms, so you're not going to get, you know, like these thunderstorms to go up like 30,000, 40,000 feet quite yet. So I would not be surprised if like this went on the ground, but it just was like, you know, didn't loft debris super high up in the sky. That's kind of like my thought process right now with most of these storms. If you guys do find anything, please be sure to @ me on Twitter @ Nate, excuse me, Nate_Snyder. Throat hurts from that. That kind of sucks. So yeah, if you find anything, please be sure to send it my way, because seeing is believing. All right, I'm gonna want to try and someone is calling me. Give me a second. What? Anyways. But yeah, people are gonna see this, think it's a bucket of spilled paint, not really believe me. So if we show people what exactly is happening, then we can try and help people. I think there might be a new storm here that could potentially go tornado warn. I'm watching the cell here near Somersville. That actually looks pretty significant here. If it can just start to wrap itself around, you know, if it really wraps its rear flank down, draft around, then we'll have to see. But yeah, Somersville, Hobson, that could potentially start to fire off here real quickly. And we got a lot of these storms that are kind of just, you know, storms that can slide under the radar here for the most part. And they may try to like kind of fire off across the board, but yeah, pretty early day here. Only 2 tornadic storms at the moment, not to, you know, not to discredit their potential, but only 2, and it's been pretty, you know, pretty crazy here so far. A couple storms that have just been moving about, not exactly too strong, but not exactly weak either. So they're just kind of mid-tier storms trying to produce some tornadic rotation. Let's take a look, actually. I'm curious at these other cells here in Tennessee. And there's one cell that actually is rotating near Centerville, so I'll have to watch out for that. But luckily these storms are starting to get into like an area of good radar. So I shouldn't be too concerned. But I'm watching the cell here near Somerville. That one actually I'm pretty concerned about. Let's see storm motion from warning, and we got that there. Yeah. So yeah, Bradfordsville is pretty interesting. They still have a little bit of rotation on that. Doesn't look super tight, so can't say that's on the ground right now. Somersville, yeah, I'm sorry. That thing just kind of looks... That thing looks strong, so if that does go on the ground, I would not be surprised. And then the cell that's over here near Smiths Grove and Park City. This one's, as I said, along a line. So the line is just kind of pushing up against it, and it's just really messing everything up. So you might have a little bit of a bookend vortex where it has a bit of a whirlpooling effect, but otherwise, you know, not really all too much here that's kind of firing off a lot. Weather channel says nighttime tornadoes likely. Well, more than likely you could have the chance for that because, you know, it's winter. It becomes nighttime a lot earlier. So but yeah, these storms are not really, I mean, they're getting close to 30,000 feet. So you got like these low top supercells, but otherwise they're not exactly super tall at all. That's what the Echotops looks at. Echotops looks at how tall thunderstorms actually could be. So the left, you have your legend, you know, your teal is 20 to 30,000 feet, yellow is 30 to 40,000, orange is 40 to 50,000, and then red is 50 to 60,000. But if we see red today, I might, I might lose it. Because it's not exactly anticipated here today. But yeah, that's Somersville storm. Now, for whatever reason, has a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning. Hazard 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I am kind of... Yeah, just treat this as a tornado warning, honestly. This cell looks to have a pretty strong tornadic updraft. The one thing I will say is that the boundary is kind of like cutting it off so that the inflow in itself is kind of hard for it to get into the storm. But other than that, it's not really that, you know, that different from the other cells. It's just a bit stronger with its velocities. So I'm kind of, you know, considering the following about how that might not be tornadic according to the National Weather Service. But it says tornado possible, so it's not too far off the mark. But yeah, this... The bigger concern here, you know, in my opinion, is the fact that this cell here in Somersville is now heading towards Campbellsville. All right, so now I look at Campbellsville, and I see that it doesn't seem to be a scrub town. I mean, you know, if I look up the population, it has over 10,000 people. It has actually over 11,400 people. And it's been steadily increasing as of the past decade. So, you know, this is not a scrub town whatsoever. You know, more and more people have been living in here, and now it's potentially going to be impacted by a tornadic storm. So, need to watch out for this if we can, but this does look like something that could potentially be tornadic. Let's take a look at the other cell over here that was over near Park City. It looks like it's kind of went linear now. So the only two storms that I really need to worry about right now is the Bradfordsville cell, and then of course the Somersville cell, which is just going ham right now. And the one thing I want to show you guys here real quickly. All right, see this area blue right here? This is not debris. This is actually air. This is inflow inside this little outflow boundary that's right in here. That's kind of surging in. And that right there is pretty crazy. So if people thought that was like debris and stuff like that, nope, that's what it is. That right there is not debris either. If you circle that and then you just switch back over to reflectivity, it shows you it's in the green. But let's take a look. Velocities have not updated, so we'll have to wait here for the next scan. It looks like the storm is gusting out. So look at this. The outflow boundary has become a lot more... dominant over all of this. You definitely have some very strong gusty winds, especially if this outflow boundary is surging as fast as it is. This is definitely close to hurricane force winds, and it still has some pretty strong rotation as well. You can clearly see this body of green right here. Typically when you see how it starts to dip off like this with rotation, you know that this actually is relevant with something supercellular, because that actually is a part of that arc that I was talking about. You remember last stream we had the arcing characteristic that we would typically look for. You can actually see that on the velocities here. If you see that kind of match up with the arcing characteristic, you know that this storm is going to be probably at least somewhat tornadic. Whether or not it produces or not is a different story, but this definitely is looking like a storm that could potentially be tornadic somewhere along the way. So we'll have to continue to watch out for this. The base with the 5 says, dude, I'm happy you're growing. I remember when you had like 2,000 subs. Well, it seems like quite a bit of ways, you know? Quite a ways while ago. It's pretty crazy, so... glad to see that you've been with the channel since then, and I really do appreciate the support. I really do. Farmer Matt also has become a member for 8 months. Says, geez, time has flown past very quickly. Hello, Nate. Hello, Matt. Thank you so much for becoming a member as well. You know, $5 a month just to support my channel. That's really amazing. So thank you so much. What radar am I using? The program itself is GR2 Analyst, but the actual radar I'm using is KLVX Louisville. So, real quickly, let's take a look at the convective outlook, because I see that there is significantly a lot more people here in the stream. And this just basically tells you here what your outlook for severe weather could potentially be. So you have your 1 out of 5 in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So wherever you guys are, that is your risk for severe weather. If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, I would watch out, unless if you're like towards the outskirts of the yellow. So if you're like on the border of the yellow and green, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But if you're like over here near the border of like the orange and yellow, you know, I would watch out, and I would try and tell people, if you know anyone who lives over there, to watch out as well, because there could potentially be some strong severe weather that moves through in your areas. So that's the reason why I'm, you know, asking you all, you know, every single video, every single live stream, I always ask you guys to like the video, because it actually helps me get this information out to more and more people. You know, that's just basically the only way to do it. If people don't like the live stream, if people don't like the videos, then, you know, the content that I provide that is talking about life-threatening, you know, storms won't be able to get out to as many people as possible. So if you guys help me out by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you're helping me get information out to as many people as possible, and that's greatly appreciated. So a lot of people, I've seen like 5 people talk about Atlanta already. You guys, I'm actually going to watch Atlanta pretty closely here. They're not expected to get like the main portion of the tornado risk, but you can see this massive line of storms that start to move off into the general vicinity of Atlanta, probably at about 5 a.m., right? Around 4 to 5 a.m. And then you guys are expected to get just some general scattered showers and thunderstorms around
Tornado
midnight
warning
too.
for
Now, they're not expected
Central
to be anything
Noxubee
super
County
significant,
in East
but
Central
for
Mississippi,
the most part, that is
Northwestern
definitely
Kemper County in East
your
Central
main risk there
Mississippi.
tomorrow, early tomorrow morning, when you guys can get that line. So just something to kind of, you know, consider. Let's take a look back at the storm over here that's over near Hobson. So we already have reports of damage, several structures, power poles, and trees damaged. Mutual aid is responding. Wow. So, what county is this then? County name, Taylor County, Kentucky. So, Taylor County, Kentucky. Scanner. Let's listen to the scanner. See what's happening over there. Error connecting to the feed. Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's because it's offline. Well, that's the reason. Yeah, literally Taylor County is the only one that's offline right now. That's not fun. All right, well, anyways. Yeah, these storms are still continuing to kind of move on through. The storm that has the tornado warning that passed through Smiths Grove and Park City is now near the Cave City and Horse Cave areas. And it's moving on towards Pierce, but once again, you know, it's the same old, same old. This thing continues to be a bit more of a damaging wind creator rather than a tornado producer. So that's the good news here for right now. But otherwise, you know, these other storms, like the Summersville area, even the Bradford storm, although that's kind of passed outside of the tornado warning already, still has quite a bit of rotation. What about Kansas City? So Kansas City is getting quite a lot of frozen precipitation from what I've heard. So just watch out if you can. Let's see if I can pull it up on radar. And yeah, you guys are getting a lot of snow, and you're expected to get some more snow. So just watch out for that. Watch out if you can. Let me read this mesoscale discussion here that they issued for the southern portion of the risk. So probability of watch issuance is a 95%. It says a gradual increase in thunderstorm coverage is anticipated from northern Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, and central to northern Mississippi this afternoon. Tornadoes are possible, and a tornado watch will likely be issued to cover this threat. So they don't know when it's going to start, but they know it's going to happen, which would make sense. Let's see. Odin with the 5 says, can you check western Mississippi for me real quick? I think the cap could be breaking since there's a whole load of convection occurring. Let's see. It's a lot of scattered activity here. Holy. Let me take a look at the satellite imagery. I'm curious about that. Wow, a lot of these storms are kind of just popping up now. You kind of can see that. Not sure exactly if the cap itself is breaking, per se. Let's see. Surface-based cap inversion. I mean, there's a little bit of cap inversion. But, like, the closer you get to, like, Jackson and Meridian, there's, like, less cap. So, as of right now, you know, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. I don't think anything is going to start to gain traction until a little bit later. I want to see the meme thing, though. Yeah, there it is. So there's a little bit of a tornadic potential for most of these storms if they do start to intensify. But other than that, not really expected to be a whole lot. I want to go back to this storm over here that's moving through in Tennessee. There's quite a few of them, first off. But let's talk about the ones that look like they could be tornadic. And there's this one over here. I was just looking at a couple of them. There's quite a few of them, actually. And this one right here is probably the most obvious one out of all of them. This is passing over I-40. All right, this is passing over the interstate I-40. And it really has kind of just upticked here within the last few frames. So if you live over here near Bold Spring, north of Nanelli, in the general vicinity of State Highway 48, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Because this storm definitely looks like it could be tornadic. It's heading off towards Dixon. And if you know anyone who lives near Dixon, they could potentially be in the tornadic risk here. But yeah, this is one of those situations to where these storms are really starting to kind of ramp up. And it's not looking good in that instance. Now, people are telling me to check Twitter here. Yeah, I do need that. Let's see. New tornado warning, it's the cell. So we've been calling for that one.
Tornado warning for southern Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Humphreys County in Middle Tennessee, northern Hickman County in Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. So there's your new tornado warning, and that's kind of not surprising, isn't it? I mean, we're looking at it, and it just went, you know? So this thing is still going. It has a bit of turbulence. It does have a little bit of turbulence within this. So maybe a brief tornado that occurred here. Excuse me, here with this, but just got a lot of stuff here from Twitter. Look at this. A lot of damage here in Memphis from high winds. Look at this. This tree was uprooted. Whew. Look at the damage on the house, too. That is pretty crazy. And then we also have some more damage here. Let me retweet that. Thank you, Carbonado. Yeah, as I said, if you find anything on Twitter here, please share them with me, because I do want to get this information out to as many people as possible. But man, oh man, I mean, these storms did all of that. You know, no one was just, you know, being a lumberjack here today and chopped up a bunch of trees, you know, these storms actually did a lot of damage here. And these are the smaller ones here so far. This is another video that's from Rumble. So let me see if I can find that. Oh yeah, this is a bit of a video. So this is from Hopkinsville, or at least this is what people say it's in Hopkinsville. That's not confirmed from myself specifically, but look at that. And you can't even see the tornado except for the stuff that's spinning around. Maybe a little bit of condensation there, but yeah, I mean, that's a tornado right there. And I could just barely see it.
Oh my God.
I mean, look at that. That is indeed a tornado. And my goodness. I don't see any sort of debris here right now. But the turbulence is really starting to spike. I mean, yeah, this thing, I would not be surprised if this was on the ground. So it's basically paralleling the interstate I-40. I want to actually see here if I could pull it up. If I can pull this up here, I might be able to see something. But I have no clue. If I can. Where is this? I have no clue. Will this work? I can't see. It doesn't seem to be working all too much. Anthony with the 5 says here in Minneapolis, it's negative 31 outside and it's 69 degrees inside. In other words, 100 degrees colder on the other side of my living room window. Well, have fun over there, my friend. You're definitely going to need it. It doesn't look like there's anything here right now. Let's see. Can I see anything there? No, not yet. So if this does get closer and closer to, say, Nashville, then I'll be able to, like, cover it a bit more. But I can't see all too much here. Because this site has traffic cameras. But I'm not sure they're working all too much. It won't matter all too much, though. I think this thing is still on the ground. I mean, there's even other rotations that are south of this. There's this one near Lobelville. That has rotation, too. I mean, if you're new to the channel and you're trying to figure out how I can find all this, I mean, to most of you, it might look like a bucket of spilled paint, but trust me, all right? What the velocities are doing here is you got a lot of greens moving towards the radar, which is over in Nashville, and then you have reds moving away from the radar, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. Now, where they touch here, you know, so this is a good example, kind of like that. So where they touch like this to where you have a lot of these greens, a lot of these reds, is where you can probably safely determine that there is a tornado over there. So, you know, especially when they touch flat like this, you know, if they're like kind of like this to where it's like on an angle, then that's probably not all super tornadic. But, you know, this right here, you still have some pixels that are like long ways touching. And there definitely could be something there still. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was still a tornado, at least on the ground right now. And yeah, that still could be potentially the case right here. So we're going to have to watch out for that. What is the new weather tornado warning system I got there? It's GR Earth. So it's the... it's another program that pairs with GR2 Analyst, and it works pretty well. And then, yeah, we also have this other cell near Lobelville, as I said. So this cell, you know, this band of cells, there definitely could be a lot of activity that starts to move on through. Does anyone know if there's any sky cams over in, like, Dixon, Kingston Springs? I know there is some stuff in Nashville. There is quite a bit of stuff here that is starting to kind of register. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. And that's kind of the reason why I'm doing this stuff here live right now. If you know anyone, you know, and if they don't believe you, you can send them my way, or you can send them to your local news station. They're probably doing live coverage of the tornadoes and stuff like that. But, you know, by sharing this information to as many people as possible, that's helping me get this information to as many people as possible. And a good way to do that is by sharing this with friends and family and on social media, Facebook, Twitter, especially if they live in these areas, because they could potentially need this information, especially if they're under a tornado warning, you know, let alone a tornado watch. So, but yeah, this general area, you know, of Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama is kind of under the gun
Severe
here today.
thunderstorm warning for Lowndes County
by
in
liking the
northeastern
live stream,
Mississippi.
by the way, you know, this is another good way of helping out. You actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. So that's a good way of, you know, spreading the information as well. But yeah, Lobelville, if you're over here, I highly recommend treating this as if it was a tornado. Get into your safe space as well, because this probably could go tornado warned here soon. Would not be surprised. Wow. So there's some damage in the Hobby Lobby and Kroger and Bowling Green. Wow. Now it's not a whole lot of damage, but you know, it's just some. It's still damage. And you know, you can clearly see the damage across the board. Not significant, but it's still damage. So thank you, Theo. Odin with the 5 system cells in Mississippi are topping with 25,000 foot echo tops. Anyone in Mississippi preparing now could get ugly within an hour or two, expecting a tornado watch soon. Yeah, I agree. As soon as these storms in Mississippi really start to fire off, then I could start to get pretty concerned because, yeah, that type of stuff down there, that's where I'm most concerned about. All right, if you were to ask me where I'm concerned about the most, all right, I'm going to turn off the storm or the satellite imagery. Here's the convective outlook here for today. You have a 1 out of 5 in the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in the orange, all right? So this is where the general risk is here for today. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, or if you live in these areas, you know, tell them that this stuff could be potentially happening. And if you're in the yellow or in the orange, specifically if you're in the orange or along the border of the yellow and orange, you need to watch. You know, like, you need to watch out for severe weather because it is definitely significant. But if you were to ask me as to where I would be watching out the most, it would be this area right here. Specifically, you know, this general vicinity right here. This is where I'd watch out the most. You do? Hold up. That's the Nashville weather cameras. So someone said that Dixon has a sky camera. Let's try and see if we can pull it up here real quickly. I know it overlooks the town, but I want to see for myself as to... That might be it. Henderson, Mount Juliet, Clarksville, Dixon, Tennessee. Ooh. Oh, look at that. Huh. That is some low clouds there. How close is Dixon now to these storms? Really close, actually. It's getting pretty close to the storm that was really tornadic. So this is a good camera to use here to look at this. But like, man, look at how low to the ground these clouds are. Yeah, good call, chat, for helping me find out these sky cameras. As I said, if you know any place to where I can get sky cameras, feel free to, you know, ping me on Discord and stuff like that. Sheesh. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Um, yeah, I'm just looking at something that someone sent me. But yeah, man, look at how low these clouds are. I mean, I'm kind of looking at this, and this is like some super low clouds. I mean, like, no joke. The cell phone pole tower, you know, might just barely be enough to touch how low these clouds are. Because these are like really low clouds. Now, if I were looking for something tornadic, I would look down here, because that's where these storms are coming from, where it could potentially be tornadic. So I think we're actually in a really good place to watch this stuff. Someone just said new mesoscale discussion, and that is indeed true. So let's go over here to take a look at that. It says the threat for damaging wind gusts and tornadoes continues across central Kentucky and middle Tennessee within Tornado Watch number 3. This threat will persist downstream into more of central Kentucky, middle Tennessee, and northern Alabama, where a watch will likely be needed, which is kind of what I said earlier on. Kind of knew that there was going to be a new watch that was going to be issued downstream. So let's take a look back at the radar here. Now, this storm here that was near Bold Spring, all right, the one that was paralleling I-40 and is still doing so, doesn't really have as much rotation anymore. It's kind of pretty weak. It, tried to sustain for a little bit, but then it kind of just withered away and went a bit more outflow dominant. Actually, not really. A bit more of a linear event. Here. You can see strong damaging winds creating a bit of a curl, a little bit of a bow echo, as I like to call it. And that kind of creates a lot of strong damaging winds that surges in behind all of this, all the thunderstorms. And in this case, if it actually does create that, then the tornado threat for this thing would have to, cycle on through and form another one downstream. But that's if it does cycle, and it doesn't look like that is the case as of this time. So we'll have to continue to monitor that storm, because it is currently tornado warned. But this cell over here near Lobelville, this thing still has a little bit of rotation. A little bit of spectrum width too. I don't see anything with debris, but yeah, I mean, it's just, these storms are really hard to kind of see. They're really small. They have a lot of rain, so they're going to be rain wrapped, but they do have a little bit of a hook here, a little bit of an inflow notch, which is where the inflow comes in to feed the thunderstorm, a lot of that moisture. The rotation here is as follows. You still have reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, so you still have something there. But, compared to this cell up here, you don't really have too much. I mean, you have grays, green grays that are moving towards and reds moving away, but you see this giant line here. And if you remember what I was talking about as to how whenever you see that kind of angled line, that's kind of means that there's going to be more of a strong damaging wind threat with that.
Southeastern Marion County in northwestern Alabama, northwestern Fayette County in west central Alabama, a little bit of hail with this cell northern here. Lamar County in west
Let's
central
see how much
Alabama.
hail this is. About a half an inch of hail. So you have a lot of hail concentrated within a certain spot of the storm. No debris here. You kind of just see some hail. Now, if you were to see debris, I keep checking to this product. You guys see a lot of this red and then some of these other colors. This here is the correlation coefficient, and it takes a look at the shapes of objects in the sky. So for the most part, all this red is rain. And then if you ever see like blues, I need to take out these whites. These whites look ugly as all get out. But if you ever see any of these blues or greens, then they can either be air or debris. And so if they're not like underneath the actual rotation, like if I were to circle this like right here and then go underneath it, there's no blue underneath it, so that means that there's no debris and stuff like that. So that's the good news with that. New severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for that same exact storm. So we'll continue to watch out for that. Let's go back up north, go over to this former tornado warning that was over near Greensburg. And I'm kind of surprised this thing is still not tornado warned. Gonna be completely honest with you. Now, it did look like it was a bit more of a strong damaging wind threat for a little bit, but what's happening here, and I think this is a reoccurring trend for this storm, at least up here in Kentucky. I think this is what has been happening for the most part in Kentucky for quite some time, but you have a storm that tries to become tornadic by creating that classic curling characteristic, that hook. And then what's happening here is that when it creates an outflow boundary, which is just the remnants of the rain wrapping around, the outflow boundary goes faster than the actual storm, which basically kills it. It just makes it a lot more of a strong damaging wind risk more than anything. So it's actually kind of going through the cycle at the moment to where the further north you are, the faster that outflow boundary kind of goes. And it's kind of the good news right now is that that thing's not really doing a whole lot. But, I mean, it's still looking pretty strong here from this perspective. You have a lot of turbulence. If that outflow boundary doesn't jut out further than, you know, what it has been doing, then we might actually see a tornado like over here near Greensburg, Kentucky. And that's not exactly the best case scenario here. So watch out for that. Watch out for that. Especially down the line past US Highway 68 to State Highway 61 and 55, and even towards State Highway 76. Now, there's only one tornado warning as of right now, and there's only 3 severe thunderstorm warnings too. But just keep monitoring these storms. And as soon as I said that we had 3, they just issued another one for the cell near Greensburg. So watch out. That cell definitely could potentially produce something. I'll come back to that here in a bit, but let's go back over to the live camera here in Dixon. And there we go. It's a little bit better. Just for reference, what are we looking at here? We're looking at the northern edge of the storm, to where there could be a little bit of something there. Could be something, but I don't see all too much. So that's the good news. The one I do see a lot near is Centreville. I'm kind of surprised they're not tornado warning that compared to the other storms that have been in Tennessee. But you know what? It's still something to continue to watch out for. And if you're near Centreville, you know, Nunnally, Wrigley, Duck River, need to watch out for this storm, because that could definitely become tornadic sooner rather than later. So now let's just watch the sky here, see what this storm does. Over here is where I'd watch out for that tornadic weather that I was talking about. Do I think Memphis will be under a tornado watch soon? More than likely, yes. Will Paintsville, Kentucky be hit by these storms? Let me check here real quickly. Google Maps. Paintsville, Kentucky will probably get hit by these storms, but it'd be like a lot later on. Lot later on in the day. So probably, I'd say give it maybe 2 hours, and then they'd probably get some activity. That cam is Dixon in right beside I-40. That's what I was thinking about. Oh, look at that. Look at that over here on the right-hand side. That looks like a bit of a lowering right there. I'm not sure if that is tornadic based or not. Let's take a look at the radar here real quickly just to see. And I don't think it is. It does not look like it. Jeez. Yeah, and that has some rotation there near Nunnally. I'm kind of surprised that that's not warned yet, but yeah, this storm over here near Dixon definitely is showing something really interesting. So let's go back to that. Let's go back and try and see if we can figure out what this is. Because I have honestly no clue. It looks like a bit of scud. And it is a little bit of scud. Maybe a bit of a shelf cloud right here. It probably is officially gusted out now. And if that's the case, then yeah, this is a strong damaging wind threat from this one storm here near Dixon. Ryan S., hello, hello. When will this be in Alabama? A lot later on this afternoon and heading into the evening. So let's actually take a look at the, be the best way to do this. I think we have a little bit of time before the storm actually moves through Dixon. So let's go back. Let's take a look at the radar here, or the models here. So look at this, all right? You see line of storms that start to kind of protrude through. Can I actually, is there a better way to look at this? Southeast. Yeah, this is a bit better. Okay. So you can see the line start to kind of move on through, and it will continue to just kind of go about and create a lot more showers and thunderstorms. But Alabama really doesn't start to get hit until, you guys can't see up here at the top left, but it says 4. So 3 to 4 o'clock is when I'd start to anticipate some more showers and thunderstorms that'll begin to form. And it'll just continue to do so more and more. But it'll be in like the northern portions of Alabama. Like the central portions of Alabama, you guys get scattered showers and thunderstorms, but it's not really too significant. All right, when you guys actually start to get big severe weather is when it starts to turn into the overnight hours.
Severe thunderstorm
around
warning
midnight
for
is when
southern Noxubee County in east central Mississippi, Kemper County in east central Mississippi, eastern Neshoba County in east central Mississippi.
A lot of these thunderstorms here in like northern Mississippi, central Mississippi into Alabama, that's kind of the storms that I'm really worried about. I'm really watching out for it. All right, so let's go back over here to the Dixon camera. And wow. Look at all these clouds rising here. Look at that. A lot of rising motion here in these clouds. And this is starting to surge on through. You can see the wall of rain that is marching off just to the south of this camera. A lot of activity here, to say the least. Yeah, as I said, you guys are helping me out a lot if you guys share this live stream with as many people as possible, because we're trying to get this information out to as many people as possible. I mean, I'm pretty sure people did not expect to see a severe weather event here for January 1st, New Year's Day, 2022. I almost said 2021 because, you know, I am definitely not too smart, but it's still, this is something that I'm pretty sure most people did not anticipate.
Tornado
so if you know
warning
anyone
for
who lives in these
Central
areas,
Pickens County in
I'll
west
pull
central
back up
Alabama.
the thing here on our map. If you live within any of these areas here of the yellow and the orange, or if you know anyone who lives in these areas, please tell them that severe weather is anticipated here today. Because if they don't know, especially with some of these, you know, potential tornadoes, if there even is tornadoes that form from some of these other cells in the future, because let's be honest, we don't know until it actually happens. We only know that there's the potential for them to be. If they do form, and people don't know, people could definitely be impacted, and that is definitely life-changing. You know, forget life-threatening. If they go through it, it is life-altering, life-changing, and if you're not, you know, properly equipped to deal with this stuff, if you don't have a plan of action, this could definitely catch you off guard as, you know, go back to the word life-threatening. So share this on social media with friends and family, like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. I know it sounds like a broken record for people who have stayed on this channel, but it's the honest to God truth. That's how it works. And, you know, I wish I was able to just do it, you know, a separate way to where people could just naturally come in, but people can't see this type of information unless if people actually like the live stream. So if you're helping me do that, then you're helping me get this out to as many people as possible. Yeah, it looks like all the tornado warnings have expired. That is the good news for right now, but we already know that there's going to be more later on. And this cell near Centerville, honestly, probably needs to go tornado warned, all right? I think this cell here, we've been talking about it ever since Lobelville, needs to be tornado warned more than likely. So if you're out in front of this, Centerville, Nunelli, Ringley, Duck River, anywhere near state highways, 50, 100, 7, and 8:40. Treat it like a tornado warning. Honestly, treat it like a tornado warning because this storm is really wrapping up quickly. I mean, what's happened here based off of just radar analysis is that the storm is actually wrapping the rain from the hail core. It's not exactly a hail core, it's a downdraft core because it can't really form hail with this environment, but it's wrapping the rain around itself and it's making it so that it is very hard to see the tornado coming, and that's not the best case situation here, especially for people who are in front of this. This is a situation where if you're standing outside and you're trying to find this, you're going to see a wall of rain coming, and inside that wall of rain is potentially a tornado, and that's not good. And this storm is actually going, you know, in between Centerville and Nanelli right now. There's a lot of populous areas over here. There's a little airport as well. So people live over here. And there could potentially be something tornadic. I definitely see a little bit of a turbulence drop right within here. You guys can see that yellow. We got a new tornado warning. Probably this one.
Tornado warning for northeastern Madison County in central Kentucky.
That is central Kentucky, and a new tornado warning off of that as well.
Tornado warning for north central Maury County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, northeastern Hickman County in Middle Tennessee.
So we have 2 new tornado warnings. The one that we're currently talking about, the Centerville cell, does now have a tornado warning. More than likely could potentially be tornadic here. We're going to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to unfold and really wrap itself around. But as I said, you know, we've been talking about these cells for quite some time. You know, we no joke have been looking at these cells and trying to get people out ahead of time, you know, informed before they become tornadic, because that's the big thing there. If you can warn before they produce tornadoes, that is very much so helpful to people who could be impacted. So we've been consistently on this one. Hopefully people in Wrigley, Nanelli, Duck River, as well as people along state highways 100, 50, and 7, I hope that they've heeded the warnings of the National Weather Service, even the people like us who continue to warn everyone. But this is definitely an area of decent rotation. It doesn't seem to be all too significant right now. The velocities have kind of just withered out a little bit, but I mean, I would not be surprised if this thing has produced a tornado within that. So we're going to have to watch out for that. Let's go up to the cell that's up in Kentucky. All right, so we have another tornado warning here. And this is for what seems to be Madison County until 2:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, in regards to this storm, I'm kind of having a bit of difficulty at the moment dissecting it because we're pretty far away from the radar. So I'm going to move one of my radars over to try and account for this. Can I check the 12Z Atlanta sounding? Sun keeps peeping out here in northwestern Atlanta Metro. Yeah, I can check the sounding over there. The observational sounding here in a second. I'd have to pull up Sharpie to do that. But yeah, I definitely can do that. This cell over here near Union City could definitely be tornadic as well. Not gonna lie, this thing has pretty strong signature here. You can see a lot of this bright green and then these bright reds. Sure, there's a little bit of displacement between the two, but just because there is that bit of displacement, there is one thing that I am looking at very closely, and you can see how you have some very bright greens right here and then very dark greens that like immediately shoots down to shoots down to that. And so whenever you see the big displacement between the velocities there, that could potentially be an indication. I'm gonna need some water here in a second because I'm losing my mind. Let's see. Let me ask if. Let me get some water real quick. seriously like choking over my words right now. And it's like I got a very dry, itchy throat. But that's a little bit better. That is a little bit better. I also have lemonade on the side if I needed it too. But yeah, I mean, this thing definitely looks like it could potentially be tornadic. Would not be surprised. But I don't see any verification as to whether or not it is on the ground right now. So just keep that in mind. Let's go back to the storm over near Centerville. Yep, the velocities have done it again. They've tightened up a lot more. You can see how the velocities have actually went with some bright reds and then immediately goes to the greens. The steep drop off here, that's the big point here. If you see the steep drop off here within this line, that's when you know that you have some significant tightening and there could potentially be something tornadic, and that is something interesting there to watch out for. This little orange pixel, if this expands and becomes a bit more of like this green and blue, we might actually have a tornado in progress. But that is very concerning here for people who are living out in front of this. So repeating the counties again, they just updated it. Nope, no debris signature that I see. But if you're here in Maury, Williamson, and Hickman counties here in Tennessee, you have a tornado warning. This is until 1:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you live over here, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you live in here, get to some sort of shelter. If you know anyone who lives in here, tell them to get into some sort of shelter, because this could definitely be impactful. Would not be surprised if this actually produces a tornado here, but if it doesn't, rather safe than sorry. Rather safe than sorry here. So share this on social medias as much as you can. As I said, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube, so that if people are scrolling through on YouTube and are trying to get information on this, they can come on to my live stream here. That would be greatly appreciated, because this is definitely a situation that is not the best. How close is this to Johnson County? Johnson County, Tennessee or Kentucky? There's two of them. By the way, I just want to mention here too, just for anyone who's curious, okay? These storms are moving at highway speed, 70 miles per hour. They're moving east at 70 miles per hour. So if you think that you're going to be able to run away from these storms or chase it, you're probably not going to be able to get it. You're probably not going to be able to get it. So, good luck with that. That's traffic cameras. Click the feature menu on the top right. Yeah. Let's see. I want to try and see if I can find any traffic cameras there. It doesn't look like I can, which is unfortunate. But watching here on something else, because there's something in my ear that's ringing through. So yeah, this is definitely something to watch out for. Still a tornado warning. The other tornado warning that was in Kentucky, I guess, just got canceled or expired, moved out of the area, something like that. So now we only have one tornado warning. Has the enhanced risk shifted a bit more north and east? There is a little bit of that to where it's moved off towards the north and east. But for the most part, it's stayed relatively tame. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning down here towards the Red Bay north and east of Tupelo. And then someone has actually pointed out on Twitter, they added me, and they said that there's a new tornado watch, and that is indeed the case here for northern Alabama, eastern Kentucky, middle to eastern Tennessee, far southwestern Virginia. And the probs here is 60-40, so it's the same style of tornado watch that was issued for places like Jackson, Tennessee, Nashville, Bowling Green. So expect consistency there. Turkey on with the 2 says, hi, can you give me a shout out? Hello, Turkey on. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the 2. I really do appreciate it. Did Bowling Green have a tornado warning? Yes, they did. In regards to whether or not it was an actual tornado, that is still up for debate. But yes, they did indeed have a tornado warning. So observations are kind of weird right now. I'm looking at the obs here for right now, and it's kind of pretty, a lot of southwesterlies, which is kind of weird. It tells me that things might be a little bit more linear, unless if you're like over here towards like Columbus. Because everything's kind of just going the same direction right now. But yeah, this is definitely looking a bit linear here. So someone asked if I can pull up the sounding for Atlanta, the 12Z sounding. I will now. Bowling Green has confirmed structure damage. So that's going to be interesting then. Now, whether or not, as I said, that's tornadic or straight line damaging winds, we'll have to see. But yeah, right now, just based off of looking at these weather stations that are here on my
Severe thunderstorm
radar,
warning for Wilkinson County in southern Mississippi, West Central Amite County in southern Mississippi.
See, is there any new observations? Oh, there's this new observation from Birmingham. Let's see. What's this new ob? Everything's pretty linear at the moment. Pretty linear. No veering with height all too much. That's from the Birmingham sounding. What about Jackson? I think Jackson's going to be really interesting. Yeah, it does have a bit of that veering. Just a little bit. Not with height here, so it's not that big of a veer. Still a little bit linear, but you still have something there. And then, of course, you have a lot of energy. This is for people who know what they're looking for, but yeah, this is not bad sounding. And then the 12Z sounding, someone asked Peachtree City. And it's pretty linear there, too. So far, this event looks like, from an environmental perspective, that this probably will be more of a strong damaging wind risk here for the most part. The tornadoes can't really wrap up because the surface winds aren't exactly the best here at the moment. Sheesh. So a lot of people are asking about all these areas here, all right? First off, okay? The way to answer these questions here is by looking at this thing right here, okay? So you see all this, you see these yellows and these oranges and these greens, all right? If you live within any of these areas here, specifically in the yellow and the orange, okay, then you need to watch out for severe weather from now until tomorrow, okay? There's so many people that are asking me as to specific areas as to where they live, all right? I'm sure you guys know which state you're in, okay, and where you live in your state. So you can, guess as to how close you are. Like, say you live in, like, extreme southeastern Tennessee. Well, you see Chattanooga is right here, and they're in the orange, but southeastern Tennessee is, like, on the orange or the yellow. So if you live over there, you're either in the 3 out of 5 or the 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So that's the big thing here, is that if you live within these areas, all right, watch out for that, and I will be talking about you all with severe weather, right? So if any other areas, you know, like say Florida, Ohio, stuff like that, I won't be talking about you guys all too much because you guys aren't really being impacted by the severe weather. Now, the winter weather, maybe if you talk about like, you know, Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, northern Illinois, like Chicago, and maybe even heading off towards Milwaukee, yeah, sure, I might talk about it every now and then. But, you know, for the most part, if you live within any of these areas here, you need to watch out. You know, I highly recommend staying tuned to the channel and, you know, trying to tell people that there could potentially be other stuff coming as well. More severe weather that could potentially be on the doorstep. So that's the big thing that I have to tell you all. But yeah, we do have this risk here for the majority of the south and east, the extreme northern deep south heading off towards the Ohio River Valley and Mississippi River Valley. So I'll continue to watch out for this. Trust me, I will. And, you know, we've been continuing to watch other storms as this has continued to move about as well. So, you know, we've been quick to catch most of these storms as to whether or not they could produce tornadoes so far. I intend that to continue to be the case here. And yeah, Turkey on with the 2. It says, I don't know what it is with all these tornadoes. I mean, the thing of it is that with winter, you just need the energy and it ends up just doing really well. All right, you have 2 aspects that go into severe weather, really. All right, these are the 2 main aspects. You have wind shear, which is the jet stream and all sorts of stuff like that. And then you have energy levels like moisture and CAPE and stuff like that. And usually there's no moisture and CAPE and stuff. But because of us in an active pattern right now with our wind shear, that wind shear is kind of grabbing that moisture that's in the Gulf of Mexico and surging it up. So that's kind of the reason why there's a lot of severe weather activity here from December into January. And yeah, it's pretty fun. Now, I will say, okay, if you want to know what's going into all this, you know, weather stuff right now, why things are going the way they are, I highly recommend you go to my channel over here. So let's see, there's that. You go to my channel, all right, and you go to this video right here. It says a huge storm could create strong tornadoes, snow, and ice. If you click this, I know it has 23-minute long video, but this talks about everything in depth, like everything you need to know about what this event is doing, how it's doing it, and how it could impact people. And the snow and the ice thing is a big deal too, because that might actually be worse than what's happening with the severe weather. That's the scary thing. So that's one of those things where if you want to watch it, feel free to do so. I do make videos besides live streams and stuff like that that I try to help people out with. But for the most part, if you want to know what's going on right now or how this is all coming out to be, go to that video. That video is going to help you. Johnson County, Kentucky. That is near Paintsville. So yeah, you guys are in the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. This is overlooking Nashville. There's Murfreesboro. That's out in the distance. Mount Juliet, Tennessee. That's a lot of rain. Look at this. Whew. Where is Mount Juliet, Tennessee? That is to the north and east of Nashville. Yeah, look at that. This thing is currently getting hammered by practically anything and everything. Look at this. Big line of storms that are moving on through Mount Juliet, too. So now, one thing that I will say is that this storm over here that was tornadic that went through Centerville is heading off towards the general vicinity of Franklin and even Murfreesboro. So we'll have another camera to watch out for as well. The Hendersonville Skycam is actually out at the moment, so that's Unfortunate for us, for people who are trying to see, but it is what it is. Now, we do have other sky cams. So this is over in Luca, Mississippi, and this is looking down to the south. You can see this big severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of precipitation south of it too. So we got more sky cameras here across the board that we'll be able to look at what all's going on. And look at this, man. Look at this, man. We got this sky camera here that is looking through all sorts of different areas. That might be a wall cloud there. That might actually be a wall cloud there. Hold up. Let's see what's happening here with this storm. That might actually be a wall cloud. Yeah, right near Tishomingo. All right, no, not Tishomingo. This might be the storm near Florence. This looks like the storm near Florence. Might be a little bit of rotation, but this storm near Tishomingo actually is rotating very heavily. And we're going to have to watch out for that. But look at this. This is in Tuscumbia. And you can clearly see there's a little bit of a wall cloud with this little small cell. I mean, look at that. Clear wall cloud right there. And man, oh man, got a lot of stuff here that's just kind of firing off. Let's see if I can get this out here. There you go. I might need one more radar. But sheesh. I mean, if we're going to see anything, it's going to be right here in front of us. If this thing does produce a tornado, it's going to be right here on the camera. But man, oh man, that is an insane looking storm. Let's take a look at Columbus Air Force Base. There we go. Man, that storm over in Tishomingo really is rotating a lot. So you have that storm, you have the storm near Cherokee, you have the other storm near Florence, Cloverdale. And that storm near Tishomingo might actually go tornado warned here. I would not be surprised if this actually was warned. I mean, the velocities here are very strong. You can see the reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where that tornadic rotation would be if I was looking for that. And I mean, that does kind of seem to be the case. Southern Grace and Beauty with the 1, thank you so much. And Malcolm with the 5 says, great coverage of the highest risk areas. Yep, that is the plan here. We try to cover the highest risk areas, try and keep them safe. And of course, we want to care about the other people too, but they're probably not getting as much weather as some of the other areas. So we try to cover the worst, but we try to cover it all evenly too. So if there's like a tornado warning and it's outside the main risk area, then we're going to cover the tornado warning too. Because tornado warnings are more important. The most important thing about covering weather. And then Mark with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel. Let's go back to that. I mean, look at this wall cloud. Sheesh. That is an amazing looking wall cloud right there. And it's coming right into view. So if this actually does produce a tornado, we're going to watch it here live. But this here, this is just for reference. All right. This is here in Tuscumbia, Alabama. So we're right about here. And it's looking, I believe, at this cell right here, north of Barton. Now, this other cell over here near Tishomingo is going to get closer and closer to Tuscumbia as well. So we're going to be able to see what happens with this storm too. But that, I mean, this is right on the doorstep. I mean, this is a big wall cloud right here that's surging about. And that might be a little bit of a funnel there. I can't tell. We're super far away, but that is... I mean, I'm looking down here at this base, and I see a lot of appendages there. I mean, look. There's one right there. If I take that away, you can see it right there. That seems to be the main one that I see, actually. But yeah, that is a wall cloud and a half. I mean, this thing is super low to the ground. And this is live out of Tuscumbia, Alabama. We are looking at this storm here that is potentially tornadic. And the live camera looked a bit further south to see if there's anything else over there. And that doesn't seem to be the case. I'm not controlling at the moment. Oh, they're zooming in. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Wow. That looks to be a bit of a funnel cloud right there. That definitely seems to be it. Look at that. That is definitely... There's something in there at least. You know, that is easily a wall cloud. Not sure if that's a funnel completely, but I would have to say that it is very close to being a funnel cloud. Look at that. That is super close. And as I said, we're live in Tuscumbia. Now, this is a camera live out of Tuscumbia, Alabama, where a storm that is severe warned has some rotation with this. And just for reference here, all right, so here is Tuscumbia, and I think they're actually looking at the tornadic cell, which is right here. It's about to cross over the Cherokee and Barton areas of Alabama near US Highway 72. So if you're near over those areas and heading off towards the Florence and Tuscumbia area, I highly recommend seeking some stronger shelter. Heavy shelter at least. Because this storm, you know, if it does produce a tornado, it's definitely going to do it. But man, oh man. I mean, we definitely got something right here.
Tornado warning for northwestern Tuscaloosa County in west central Alabama.
I mean, this is a big wall cloud right here with a lot of funnel action. I mean, look at this. This thing goes really low to the ground right over here. I mean, it's about halfway in between the cloud base itself. You know, you can see the clear, sorry for blinding everyone, but you can see the mesocyclone and how it spans up this way. And you can clearly see wall cloud down there. I don't know why it keeps panning down to the south. I have no clue why it's doing that. It might be because... Oh no, this is the other cell. So this is the one from Tishomingo right here. Look at that. That is even lower. So we have two cells here that actually have wall clouds. Holy. My goodness. So this is looking at the cell up here near Cloverdale. That's what we were looking at before. It was the cell near Cloverdale that they were looking at. And now it's panning over to the cell that's over near Cherokee. And look at that. That is a very large wall cloud. Look at how low that spans. My goodness, that is insane right there. That is a very low wall cloud. That might go, actually. That might produce a tornado with how low that is, because the distance between the funnel cloud itself in the wall cloud and the ground is not very far at all. Very close to the ground, very low to the ground. And I am not surprised at all by this. I mean, my goodness. That is it. That is very low. I mean, I could barely see it above the ground. That's how low the wall cloud actually is. Let's go back over here to the rotation that's heading off towards Cherokee. And yeah, we got that there. Definitely got some rotation still. Red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, heading off towards the Cherokee and Barton areas. Right along US Highway 72 here in Alabama. And this is in northwestern portions of Alabama, just to the west of Tuscumbia and Florence. So if you know anyone who lives over there, guys got to go ahead and take your proper precautions, all right? I know there isn't a tornado warning. I know there isn't a severe thunderstorm warning. This thing continues to rotate a lot. And if this thing does amplify, this thing does intensify as it moves off through, not only are we going to be able to see it, but you guys probably will be able to see it because it'll be right on top of you. So you need to take this proper precaution if you can. But man, oh man, that is a heck of a wall cloud right there. That is a heck of a wall cloud. Now, it's still got a little bit of ways away, so we won't be able to fully see it in view. You know, I'm seeing some pixels that might concern me a little bit, but I'm not going to say anything right now completely. That is a pretty low to the ground wall cloud there. It's a pretty low to the ground wall cloud. And it's got a bit of turbulence there too. Look at that. You can see a little bit of the reds here. Little bit of turbulence right within that area that can indicate a bit of a lowering.
Severe
Because
thunderstorm
tornadoes do
warning
create
for
turbulence.
eastern Wilkinson
And we
County
do
in
have a little
southern
bit of that
Mississippi,
activity right
northern
within there.
Enid County in southern Mississippi.
So watch out for that, because that could definitely do something. Could definitely do something there. But yeah, we got a big wall cloud right there. And we're going to see how this continues to move about. What does it mean when you see a wall cloud come down and head straight towards your house on the ground, but not a rotation noted? So if there is a wall cloud that doesn't have rotation, that is a shelf cloud. That means there's a lot of strong damaging winds. But if you see a cloud that is rotating counterclockwise, then that is not good. But yeah, I mean, this storm definitely is looking really interesting here as this continues to move about. You know, we may not have storm chasers and stuff like that to show you all, you know, because this channel is A, pretty young, B, not very popular completely, and C, you know, doesn't have a whole lot of money, but we try and work with what we got to try and give you all an idea as to what's going on here. And so far, the programs that I haven't disappointed quite yet. So guys, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, as I said, you need to tell them to get into their proper precautions, you know, whatever precaution they have to where there could potentially be a tornado, because this storm here, all right, we'll take a look here again just for reference. Here it is. It's right off near Cherokee and Barton. And here's Tuscumbia, here's Florence. If you know anyone who lives in any of the 4 towns that, or 4 cities, I should say, that I just mentioned, and tell them to, you know, seek shelter if they can, sturdy structure if they can. Because this storm could definitely produce a tornado anytime it wants to. It just needs to, you know, spin up a little bit more, and it seems that it's trying to do so. Trying to get its act together. It's in a very good environment, I will say that. It's got some decent energy. It's got a lot of strong wind shear, favorable wind shear here for this. So I would not be surprised if this thing starts to kind of wrap up a bit more. But this is a lot of stuff here so far. Let's see how far away this is. This is about 15 miles away from Tuscumbia, so this is moving quite a bit. Storm track here looks like it's heading for Tuscumbia a bit. And it'll get there at about 15 minutes. So we're going to continue to watch as to how this thing unfolds. But, I mean, man, look at that wall cloud there. You can see it a lot more. So it dips right here, and then it dips down here again. And then I'm trying to find the edge of this here on the right. It might be surrounded in rain a little bit. But, I mean, my goodness, that thing is definitely low. Low, low, low. You know, someone made a song off of that. To the people that are saying that the storms weren't that serious, that's only the first of many waves. And some people actually did deal with the serious aspects of the first storm, so I mean, it had damage. There's some areas of damage. People have been sending me the pictures here. This is an example of... This is in the Ashton Park Apartments here, which is off in Kentucky. In Bowling Green. There it is. So you can see a big tree there. Big tree there that actually fell. And then there's some other pictures of damage. Big flooding there, too, in Kentucky as well. I'm not going to show that damage because it's not that big a deal. This is over in Memphis, Tennessee. Look at how big those trees are. This is also in Memphis, Tennessee. Look at this big tree
Tornado
that just
warning
got
for
uprooted.
Central Walker County
So this
in
is the type of
central
damage
Alabama,
that this thing can do.
North
These
central
storms,
Tuscaloosa
they have the
County in
potential
west
to do
central
this.
Alabama, southeastern
And so when we
Fayette
look at
County
these
in
types
west
of
central
storms here,
Alabama.
all right, we're trying to get this information out to as many people as possible because we're trying to prevent people to get, well, we're trying to prevent people to, be harmed in these situations by these storms. People are saying there's a new tornado watch. That
Severe
is indeed the
thunderstorm
case.
warning for
New tornado watch
West
here for
Central
southeastern
Rankin
Arkansas,
County in
northern
central
Louisiana,
Mississippi,
north and
Hinds
central
County
Mississippi.
in central Mississippi.
And that will be in effect until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Probs are 70-50. So I was correct. I was right on the money there in saying that the probs were going to be 70-50 in my Discord server. So wow, I'm on fire today with my predictions. I'm on a roll right now. Now all there is to do is just to use my predictions for good. I hope nothing happens, and I predict nothing will happen. We all know that's not really gonna be the case. We all know that we're gonna get some stuff, and that's the unfortunate thing. So we just gotta continue to be bold about it. We gotta continue to cover this as much as possible. I mean, this is the only storm right now that really is tornadic, so we're gonna continue to stay on this. But let's go back over to that sky cam, and I mean, now we can see the end of the wall cloud. Look at that. Big wall cloud right there. You can clearly see the end of it. And just a reminder, guys, this is live in Tuscumbia, Alabama, where we have a storm that could potentially be tornadic here with a wall cloud right in front of us is evident. So if you live near Tuscumbia or Florence, Alabama, that is in the northwestern portion of the state, you need to tell people to get into a sturdy structure just in case if this storm does indeed produce a tornado, because this is definitely possible here. We can definitely have a storm here that can produce a tornado off of this. That's typically what happens with storms that have wall clouds here. And we do have that case where we have the natural base of the clouds here, and then all of a sudden you see it jut down significantly. And this storm ends up just rotating here counterclockwise. So because we have that here, we're going to continue to stay on this. But man, oh man, this is a very low wall cloud. And we need to get this information out to as many people as possible. I mean, for the people who are out in front of this storm, you need to get into a sturdy structure. A mobile home will not do it, especially if this thing produces a tornado, because mobile homes will definitely be damaged. So please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible on social media, like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and by liking the live stream, by hitting that thumbs up button, you actually help me get this out to as many people as possible on YouTube, because that's just how YouTube's algorithm works. So you're helping me spread the information to people who live out in front of this. But this is definitely a very low wall cloud here. Very low wall cloud with this storm. I mean, look at this. This is coming a lot more into view compared to what it was about 5-10 minutes ago, where we could barely see it that far out. We got this very low wall cloud right within here. And that we might have a little bit of a funnel action here on this left-hand side.
Severe
I can't
thunderstorm
tell
warning
exactly.
for
It looks like it's got some
southwestern
rising
Jasper
motion
County
here
in
within this
central
cloud here.
Mississippi,
That's the one thing that I've
southeastern
noticed
Smith County
is that
in
this
central
thing has
Mississippi,
continuously had
northern
rising
Covington
motion.
County in
So
southeastern
if this thing
Mississippi,
goes back down towards
northwestern
the ground,
Jones
then we might
County in
have something
southeastern Mississippi.
here. This thing still has some decent rotation with it as well. I mean, look at this. From the radar, we have reds moving away, the wind's moving away, so the radar is down here somewhere. And then the green is moving towards right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And it's about to cross over the US Highway 72 towards Cherokee and Barton. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions. All right? Because this storm could definitely produce a tornado, whether it's, right in front of, whether it's right now or whether it's a lot later. Definitely can do something. I'm trying to see here. Yeah, this thing still has some pretty good rotation with this storm. Let's go back up. And yeah, I mean, look at that. I'm going to pull up a radar scope here. I was looking at weather in Australia earlier, just out of curiosity. Move that over there. I mean, my goodness. Let's go back to the sky cam, and you can see this is a pretty low wall cloud here. Look at that. This right here actually seems to be a bit more of the wall cloud. This here on the right-hand side. So I would not be surprised if something formed under this. Would not be surprised if that was the case at all, but there definitely is something that is occurring right on this this edge of the wall cloud. And you can clearly see the mesocyclone spinning the clouds into all this too. That's the crazy thing about this, is that all this is being spun around the center area of rotation. So if you watch the clouds very closely, you can see how you have these clouds that are moving this way, then you have these clouds that are moving this way, and then you have all the way over here to where these clouds are moving that way. Now, you can't really tell a whole lot with that, but it's there. It's definitely there. And my, oh my, that is a very significant wall cloud right there. This is live in Tuscumbia, Alabama, where we do have a storm that could potentially become tornadic. Is evident here from our sky cam. And this thing is definitely trying to do something here. We're going to continue to watch out for how this thing continues to unfold. Hopefully the sky cam will actually move because this is not owned by me. But this is still a pretty strong wall cloud here. You can see how it spans quite a ways. So if there's something that produces a funnel underneath that, we'll be able to see it here easily. So we need to continue to get this information out to as many people as possible. As I said, by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this information out to as many people as possible on YouTube. And they have actually zoomed it in here to see if there's anything down on the ground. I don't see anything. I want to see something here real quickly. I'm going to zoom out of that. I want to see if I can see anything on this sky cam. Or it's not really a sky cam per se. Okay, so it's looking the opposite way, so it's not really a good camera to use. So yeah, let's go back over to the sky cam. And, you know, unfortunately, there's a giant pole in front of this. But, you know, as this thing continues to move on through, we'll be able to see how this unfolds. And yeah, I mean, this is definitely a tornadic storm. I mean, no doubt about it. Big wall cloud. And this is over, let's get for a reference here. All right, here is the storm right here. This is near Florence and Tuscumbia. This is north of Hamilton, north of Russellville, and north of Hackleburg. So north of Phil Campbell, north of Hackleburg. This is near the Tuscumbia and Florence area, almost along the border of the Alabama-Tennessee general vicinity. That's where the storm currently is at. And would not be surprised if we got something here from this too. So just watch out for how this thing continues to move about. And yeah, I mean, this is one heck of a storm here, guys. They're panning off to the north to see what's happening with that other storm. And that does have a little bit of a wall cloud with it, but it's not as significant, of course, as this one. I mean, look at this. This is clear and evident right in front of us. The pole's an antenna. That makes sense. Let's see if we have other sky cams here that might be helpful. Let's go to Huntsville. And if there's a little bit of rotation here near Pulaski, I might actually check this sky cam here real quickly. Media is either supported on the network. Are you serious? That's not okay. So yeah, let's just stick with this cell over here near Tuscumbia. And I mean, my goodness, this is just a big wall cloud right here. I mean, this is no doubt. Check for a debris signature. Well, we wouldn't need to check for a debris signature because we can see the storm right in front of us. If it was doing damage, if it had debris and stuff like that, we'd be able to see it because the tornado would be on the ground, you know? So, I mean, this thing is just continuing to show really good signs of organization, but bad signs for potential tornado dropping down. So we're going to continue to have to watch out for this. But man, I mean, that's just, even with the antenna in the way. All right, this thing is a pretty insane looking wall cloud. Pretty insane looking wall cloud. Probably one of the best ones we've seen here on stream besides us having our own storm chasers. You know, because we've had Matt go out every now and then. But I mean, man, oh man. I mean, this is a storm that is really starting to kind of amplify. And it's in a good environment to do so, too. And I have a feeling we might be able to see it here in a second. See its true colors here. Just based off of the environment that it's in right now, I'm just really not surprised. That cell over there near Murfreesboro as well. I was just checking up here just to see what's going on. And I remember that Murfreesboro had a sky cam. Yeah, Murfreesboro has something over there too. Let's actually see. Does Murfreesboro, does their sky cam, can they see anything? No, they cannot. They're a bit too far north. So, that's unfortunate, but that's fine. We still got this storm here, and I mean, jeez. Is there anything in Hattiesburg? You and your 5 and 2-year-old cousins are trying to stay safe. Yeah, let me check here real quickly. So Hattiesburg is pretty far south, first off. So you guys should be okay in that regard. I'm going to move some of my other radars here to try and compensate. So yeah, Hattiesburg is like right here. Might not be able to tell, but it's just some scattered showers and thunderstorms right now across your general area. But let's take a look here real quickly before we head back to that sky cam. This is the convective outlook here for today, all right? If you're in the yellow or if you're in the orange, then you guys need to watch out for severe weather today. I'm going to be live streaming all the way through this event, or at least for the most part. So if you want to stay tuned to the channel, please be sure to do so, as I will be covering this all the way most likely until past midnight. And I would specifically be concerned especially if you're here in northern Mississippi and Alabama. This is probably where the most significant tornadoes could potentially be. So Tupelo, Florence, Huntsville, Jasper, Coleman, Fayette, Grenada, Batesville, that general area right there, you need to watch out. All right. So I'll continue to cover this for you guys as much as possible here live. But these storms are definitely still going, and look at that wall cloud, man. Look at that. Look at that wall cloud. That is pretty intense looking. I mean, my goodness. I mean, I don't really need to say a whole lot based off of that. Let's see if I can... that's not what I wanted to do. That sucks. All right, let's go this way. Yeah, there it is. You can clearly see what all is going on there. Not what I wanted, per se. Let's do a loop. Follow this. But man, oh man. I mean, that is a pretty significant wall cloud there, my friends. And it's still going. It is still going there. Let's actually take a look real quickly. Sorry to switch the scenes again. I haven't really done these scenes in a whole while, to be completely honest with you. Let's go here, and there we go. Let's go to Columbus Air Force Base. There we go. So we still got it up top. We still got it. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, clearly the storm is still going. You can see the top part of the screen. That is where the wall cloud is. Big wall cloud there near Tuscumbia and Florence. But this storm right here, I mean, still has pretty strong rotation with it. I might have to use another radar here because we're getting pretty far away from the current one. But I think this is also the best one we may have. So, red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And that's just going to be pretty consistent here for the most part. We're going to see a lot of those here today. Depending upon where the radars are, it could vary as to which side the reds and greens could be. But, I mean, this is a pretty big storm here for what's happening right now. And these echo tops are actually starting to get pretty tall. We also have another storm over here near Pontotoc. This right here, this storm here in Mississippi. This might potentially go, and this actually has a bit of rotation with it. So I would not be surprised if that actually had some stuff. Let's actually go full screen over here. Let's go full screen, because I know Mississippi has traffic cameras. Mist, MI, SSI, SSI, PPI, traffic cameras. Love how I had to spell it out loud. I was like, oh. It's not what I wanted. Where's the... There's the interactive map. Thank goodness. All right, so it's over here. This is where it's heading off towards. So we'll be able to see this potentially. That's... Yeah, we'll be able to see the storm as this continues to move on through. So we have this here on standby. And we'll pull that up here as we get closer and closer to this. But man, oh man, we got this storm here. This is a really hard storm to kind of figure out as to where the actual funnel could potentially be. But man, this is, I mean, I would assume it's right here. That's where I'm thinking. Right here under this base is where I would watch for a potential funnel cloud. But then you also have, you know, some of the characteristics of Scud or a tail on the left side too. Now, the reason why I say up here, the reason why I say watch here is because this is where most of the convergence is at. This is where most of the moisture and the rain is wrapping in together, which is forming the wall cloud here. And so under that would more than likely be where the tornado could potentially be if it were to kind of ramp up a bit. But I mean, just man, oh man. That is... And once again, you can see how the clouds are channeling, you know, they're kind of being pulled into where the wall cloud is. You can see how you have clouds that are coming up this way, and then they kind of just curl off. They kind of just curl off into this general area where the inflow notch is. And that's, you know, pretty consistent here. Move the sky cam. There you go. There you go. Look at that. Right within there is where the tornadic rotation would be. Let's get a reference here as to where this is at. First off, I want to see. So there's Pontotoc. And it's starting to get close to those areas over there. So I might actually have to start using two cameras here. We'll have to use the sky camera and the traffic camera to help us out as to where this all is at and figure out what's happening on the ground. But just for reference here, the storm that we're looking at there with that Skycam in Tuscumbia and Florence, there it is. Still has rotation. Still has rotation. Now, the one thing I will note is that this thing has not intensified nor weakened, so it's probably at an idle state right now to where it's just not getting its act together completely. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's good. But on the other hand, if it does, we'll be able to see it with our sky camera here. And I mean, that's just pretty, that's obvious. It's clear and obvious as to what we're looking at. What I do want to do here afterwards, if I can, I want to see if I can find any sky cameras here. Or not sky cameras, cameras in general. Ooh. That's something interesting. Oh, that's a wall cloud over there. So we have another camera here. Another wall cloud here on the left-hand side. Yep. Yep, we got something there. So when that crosses over, when we have that storm over there that's near Pontotoc, all right, this storm right there, we'll be able to see this crossover too. And we'll have a sky camera looking at this cell as well. But yeah, man, oh man, we got two sky cameras here. Got trying to get the best stuff here for you all. Let's see, do we have three? No, doesn't look like these areas of rotation don't really have a whole lot. What about this over here? So I remember we had something over here in Columbia. Maybe a sky cam there. I don't see all too much. It looks like we're looking the wrong way, which sucks. It still looks like we're kind of looking the wrong way, which is unfortunate. But I know that there's a cell up here that looks like it has possibly a little bit of rotation. I'm going to try and see if I can continue to look at it. I don't see anything here, which is the good news. But if anything does come into that general vicinity, I'll be able to pull it back. But I mean, let's just continue to look at this until Kingdom Come. I mean, this is the tower cam right here that we've been looking at for quite some time. And you can clearly see that wall cloud right there. I mean, that's clear as day. Right within there. No touchdowns quite yet. Not that we've seen here. That is the good news, though. There it is. It's zoomed out a bit more. And it's moved it over to the side. So now it's a bit more... This appears to be on the northern side of town. So this is more towards Florence. More towards Florence. And we can still see it, of course. We can still see it. It doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot. It might be trying to kind of pick up a little bit. I mean, we can still see clear wall cloud right within there. That is a clear supercell. So once again, you know, just for reference as to where we are, all right? I'm going to zoom out of this radar here. Here is the border of Tennessee, Alabama, and Mississippi. Here's the border of Mississippi and Alabama. This is the storm that we're looking at right within here. This is northwestern portions of Alabama near Florence and Tuscumbia, all right? If you know anyone who lives over here near St. Florian, Killen, as well as the U.S. Highway 43, State Highway 20, and this appears to be State Highway 17, then you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions, all right? Get into a sturdy structure if you can, because if this storm does produce a tornado, it's going to be right on top of you guys, all right? That's, you know, just no sugarcoating it there. And if you guys know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to tell them to get into these safes, you know, get into a sturdy structure. So share this live stream with as many people as possible. As I said, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So that way we may be able to get the information out to as many people as possible. And by liking the live stream, you actually help me get this live stream out to as many people as possible on YouTube who could potentially be looking for this information. All right, that's the big thing here, is that we're trying to get this information out to people who need it. And especially, you know, with today being a day that could spawn tornadoes, some of which could potentially be strong, this information could be vital to them, especially if there's a tornado on the ground. But man, oh man, that is a skinny wall cloud now. Pretty skinny wall cloud. And then on the other hand here, all right, so we have one wall cloud right here. This is the cyclonic wall cloud. And then we have an anticyclonic wall cloud right here. So this is a bit of a teaching moment for people who are curious, all right? We have one that is the normal tornadic rotation, and then we have the opposite of tornadic rotation that spins the other way. So we have clockwise rotation with the anticyclonic storm, and the cyclonic storm is counterclockwise. And this one spins, well, it's just going to move, so it's not that big of a deal. This one spins this way, this one spins this way, and it's pretty cool to see that based off of supercells. I mean, it's just, sometimes it's hard to see, especially when you're storm chasing, but I mean, you got that right there, pretty evident, and then you also have the rear flank downdraft which surges in back here. That basically creates that whirlpooling effect. So one whirlpool, the other whirlpool, and that's what we got right here. That's what we got. Big wall cloud right within there.
Severe thunderstorm warning for south central Nelson County in central Kentucky, northwestern Greene County in central Kentucky, southeastern LaRue County in central Kentucky,
I've got a lot of
southwestern
stuff here
Marion
from,
County in central Kentucky, Hart County in central Kentucky, northwestern Taylor County in central Kentucky, south central Washington County in central Kentucky,
a lot of
north
stuff
central
on Twitter
Barron
that people have
County
sent
in south central
which
Kentucky,
I really do appreciate that. I
southeastern
really do.
Edmonson County in
As
south
I said, if you
central
guys find
Kentucky.
anything, please feel free to send it to me. So that way I may be able to get it out to as many people as possible. Let's go over to this sky cam over here that is in Mississippi. So this is just to the west of Tupelo. And you can see you got another wall cloud right there. So we have another storm that's surging on through here. Let's see if we can show you all exactly as to where this is at. That Florence rotation is starting to get into some sketchy stuff. But yeah, this is over here near Belden. And we got a little bit of rotation over here still as well. A little bit of rotation. That's right in front of us. So let's see if we can try and show you here. There it is. Wow. Yeah, there's the wall cloud right there. It's right in front of us now. So that the last image I showed you was not updated. I was like, what? I just saw this. Here you go. Look at this massive wall cloud that's right in front of us, guys. Look at this massive wall cloud. This is a pretty large wall cloud of its own, too. And the thing of it is that people are just driving right into it. They don't know what's over here. That's kind of the reason why I'm saying, you know, if we can get this information out to as many people as possible, we can warn people about this stuff. But, I mean, man, oh man, that's a big wall cloud right in front of us. Big wall cloud. I kind of don't want to leave this, this site right now, just because I kind of want to see, you know, as to whether or not I can get something. I mean, we're pretty close to the wall cloud. If something spawns right here, if there's a tornado that spawns, we'll be able to catch it right here, right now.
Tornado warning for northern Greene County in west central
But,
Alabama.
I mean, man, that
North
is
central
a
Sumter County
big-time
in
wall
west
cloud.
central Alabama.
Let's see if I can find another camera here. West. Switch to video. It's not west. So that's north. We'll be able to see that there. That's inside the actual storm, so there's no way I'm going to be able to see that. There's no way I'm going to be able to see that either, so... that might do it. That might do it. We might have that. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit zoomed out there. You can clearly see the wall cloud all the way out. But I think the best camera that we had was the one that we were previously on, which was this one here. And no, this is not a tornado from what I can see. This appears... It doesn't look like a tornado. I hope it's not a tornado. If it is a tornado, that's pretty sad, but... Doesn't look like a tornado. Hold up, let me draw a line. Right there. I don't see anything. I don't think that's a tornado. But it looks like something's right there. It looks like something's right there. I can't tell. I honestly cannot tell. Trying to figure it out here. I can't tell what it is. If it is a tornado, it's right in front of us. All right, that's the one thing I will say. If it is a tornado, it's right in front of us. That might be. That could be a tornado. But I just can't tell. I cannot tell right now. That could have definitely been a tornado if it was, but it's not. It looks like it's not moving, you know? So I'll place that right there. It's definitely getting covered by the rain. That's the one thing I can say. Because you obviously can see it fade into the background. I don't know what that is. Camera just went out. That could have been a tornado. Yeah, as I zoom it out, look at it a little bit more. I mean, who knows? I would have to say it's probably dirt. Because it doesn't look like it's moving at all. It doesn't look like it's moving at all. I cannot tell to save the life of me. Yeah, that might be a smudge in the camera lens. That's what I'm thinking too. If someone could like go back in time, try and see, you know, back in time with my video, see if that's just a regular smudge. It doesn't look like a tornado to me though, because I think it's just like some sort of smudge. That's what I'm thinking at least.
Tornado warning
let's look to the north of it
southeastern
now.
Walker County in central Alabama, northern Jefferson County in central Alabama.
This is west of Tupelo. So we had a storm that we were looking at with this storm over here that was heading off towards Tuscumbia and Florence. We were looking at that wall cloud for quite some time. Don't really have anything anymore with that. But now we have this new sky camera stuff. We'll continue to watch out for this. Give me a second. I want to listen to something. All right, I just had to listen to something. Nothing really too serious. So, in regards to where this thing is at and to where the sky cams are, I think it's probably best if we use these sky cameras here, or not these sky cameras, these traffic cameras down here, and try to look north, if I can. And that definitely looks like something over there. Easily looks like something over there. Unfortunately, I can't really look like anything else. Oh, that's good. That's some good stuff right there. Oh yeah, that's a big wall cloud right there. Yeah, boom. So this is where I'm watching right there. That's the wall cloud. This is kind of like the shelf that goes about. You have a lot of strong damaging winds behind that, but right over here, yeah, you got a wall cloud right there. There's your wall cloud. And I am not too surprised about that at all. So guys, if you know anyone who lives in these areas here, all right, I'm gonna pull up the radar here to show you guys exactly where this is at. This is Tupelo right here, Tupelo, Mississippi, which is in northeastern portions of Mississippi. All right, if you live anywhere near these areas, near Interstate 22, or near US 45, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building if you can. If not, get into a sturdy structure. There's no tornado warnings for it yet, but if you can, take your proper precautions in case if this thing does produce a tornado, because this thing is really trying. This thing is really trying right now. And because of that, you know, we got a wall cloud that's wrapped in rain over here. Might even be something new that's right there, but I kind of doubt that at the moment. I'm really doubting that. Yeah, this is what that same camera is looking at to the west. And I really do doubt that that is the one. That is a really low wall cloud over there too. Trying to see if I can find something here. I can't really see all too much with this. So I think the best thing to use for now is the camera that we were at. Actually, let's use this camera here. This one right here, because this looks like the bit of the wall cloud there on the left side. So this is looking north. This is looking due north of Tupelo. And you can see the wall cloud right here at the top right-hand
Severe
part of your screen. I
thunderstorm
know it's
warning
hard to
for
see because the
South Central Nelson County
kind
in
of
central Kentucky,
messed up a little
Central
bit.
LaRue County
There you
in
go. I kind
central
of moved it
Kentucky,
down so that you guys could
northwestern
see it a little
Marion
bit
County
better.
in central Kentucky.
There it is. Bit of your wall cloud right within there. And as I said, this is north of Tupelo, Mississippi. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions if they can. Get into a sturdy structure. Share this information with as many people as possible, too. Why do people think this is over? I don't understand. I don't know why either. These storms are going to continue to be here. You know, they're going to be here for quite some time. It's actually going to get worse. So that's the reason why I'm saying, hey, you know, I'm going to continue to live stream through this all the way through. If you want to come back, feel free, because I'll be continuing to do this. But this is kind of crazy. I just got some tips. Besides the fact that we do have a tornado or a wall cloud just right behind the sign here. Someone just tipped me off at some other rotation. Whew, what is this cell doing? A lot of strong damaging winds. Yeah, that's really interesting. But yeah, some of these storms over here near Batesville, this actually has a little bit of rotation. Maybe a little bit. Before it actually had significant rotation. My goodness. And it actually produced a tornado. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It produced a tornado. Yeah. Wow. I'm kind of surprised about that one. You know, if I saw that a little bit sooner, I would have been able to say something, but sheesh. That is... Wow. And yeah, that did produce a tornado right there. I mean, look at that. You have some very strong winds, greens, blues moving towards the radar, reds away. Wow, wow, wow. That's how quick these storms can just fire off. That is crazy. And these storms here in northern Mississippi, this is the ones to probably watch. These are the ones that are probably going to do things. There's just a bunch of them. Let's look back at the sky cam. And yeah, we still got that wall cloud over there. It's very hard to see what's happening past it, but I mean, that wall cloud's booking it. That thing is booking it. That thing is indeed booking it. Yeah, Smashville with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. All the people who have also supported the channel, I appreciate that as well. Finisher with the 5 says, what is the storm threat for the areas in which the cold front has already passed through? Like Nashville, Clarksville, and Jackson, Tennessee. Cold front has not passed through, my friend. That is, well, I mean, that's a mini cold front. You guys are going to get another one. That's the thing. It's not over. You're going to get another line. And that one going to be about the same, if not worse. So... Oh, that storm near Pulaski. Hold up, I gotta see. Come on, tell me that sky camera in Pulaski's working. Tell me that sky camera is working. Tell me it's working. Tell me it's working. Come on, man. It's right there. No joke. There is literally... It is right there. Right there in Pulaski. Is there... Yeah, I got no dice. Come on, man. The one day that the camera is not working. Could be a tornado right here. Yeah, there probably is a tornado right here. That's the sad thing about it, is that, you know, we could be showing you guys, and unfortunately, no dice. What's my Twitter? It's Nate_Snyder. So this is my Twitter right here. At Nate_Snyder. And if you were to just at me, stuff like that, then I'd be able to... I'd be able to at least show some stuff here. If you guys know any sky cameras, feel free to, you know, tweet at me too. That'd be helpful as well. Can I look at the storm in Spring Hill? It appears to be forming a hook. Yeah, it does seem to have a little bit of a hook with it. That's heading towards Murfreesboro, so that actually, we have a sky cam for that too. So we have a lot of coverage here at the moment. I'll probably be pulling to that there in a second. But yeah, it has a little bit of a hook there. It's the storm that's north of the intersection of 840 and 65. That's the one to really watch out for. But most of these other storms doesn't look like it all too much. Yeah, that storm near Pulaski probably is producing something. I really wouldn't be all too surprised. The rotation kind of fanned out a bit. Never mind. It kind of died. Kind of died a little. Let's look back at the sky camera over in Murfreesboro. I think I might be able to see something in the distance. Yeah, we kind of do, but it's still pretty far out, so... Nothing quite yet. Nothing quite yet. Let's go back over to... storms over in Mississippi. A lot of these storms seem to be kind of just popping up, but not really rooting into the ground, or not rooting into the atmosphere, which is something common that we would look for something tornadic. Now it is trying. This one here near Saltillo, near Guntown, north of Tupelo. This one's trying. All right, this one is definitely trying, but it's just not really doing it. Tweeted me some pics from Hopkinsville. Sheesh. Oh, wow. That's crazy. And then that's Moberly in Madison County. That is an intense storm, too. Whew. Johnson County, Kentucky, how are they looking? They're looking all right. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Wow. Look at this storm here that was in Madison County. Look at that tail there, the inflow tail that goes right into that. Wow. This is one heck of a supercell right there that we're looking at.
Severe thunderstorm
And then, of
warning
course, this
for
is the picture
northeastern
that
Jasper
Smashville was
County
sending
in East
earlier.
Central
It's kind of hard to
Mississippi,
see, but you can see there's a lot of
northwestern Clark
trees and
County in East
debris
Central
across most
Mississippi.
of these areas. And that's what these storms can do. That's what these storms can do here. Sheesh. I mean, that's insane. Pyro with the 3 says you're $2 short of memberships to take my last 3. Seems legit. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Shell with the 10 says thank you for all you do. Go Ravens. I'll be at the game tomorrow, so that that'll be pretty interesting. But thank you so much for the 10. I really do appreciate it. Sheesh. Today of all days, I have to be really parched. All right, well, I was just kind of doing a bunch of stuff, Morgan, so now you're here.
Yeah, congratulations.
There we go. All right, speak real quickly.
Hi.
All right.
Hi, hello.
There you go. Okay, I just want to make sure that your
Epic.
audio people can hear, stuff like that.
Severe thunderstorm warning for
So,
northeastern
lot of stuff
Marshall
that you've
County
missed.
in Middle Tennessee,
but none of which
southeastern
has actually been
Rutherford
like
County
super
in Middle
impactful.
Tennessee,
We've just seen a bunch of
northwestern
wall clouds
Coffee
and stuff
County
like
in
that.
Middle Tennessee, Bedford
On
County
sky
in Middle
cams.
Tennessee.
And it's been pretty...
Yeah, it looks like it's just cumulus clouds rotating right now, for the most part.
Yeah. And that's kind of the struggle right now, is that most of these storms are kind of like not doing so hot because there's not enough convergence. But these storms here are still doing it. And by the way, this storm near Saltillo, this storm is heading towards Florence again. So we're going to be taking a look at that sky cam if this thing continues to go on its current trajectory. And we'll be able to see what's happening with this thing. We even have another sky cam in Phil Campbell. So if there's other storms that form there too, we'll be able to see all of that. Well, there is a bunch of stuff that is just kind of firing off across the board. And sure, it's not like rooting a lot, but it's doing stuff. One thing I will say that is consistent, though, is that the stuff that isn't really tornadic is kind of like outside of Mississippi. So everything is pretty linear for the most part.
There's a cell south of Birmingham that's trying, like, big time. At least it was.
I gotta find... There's so much... Saltillo? Is that how it's pronounced? Alright, Saltillo. That storm right there is rotating. Alright, so if that goes over to Florence, we'll be able to see it.
Yeah, high key, there is a storm that might have been down south of the Birmingham radar site, just south of Centerville. A short period ago, about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, the stuff up here in
It's recycling
Kentucky,
now.
not really too super significant, just some strong damaging winds, nothing tornadic. So that's, as long as you're in a sturdy building, you should be fine. But I want to put my radar over here in Birmingham. That way I can have a little bit of range. Excuse me.
Oh my. There is no low pressure. There is literally no center of low pressure.
Is it all elongated?
It's all elongated and it's 1,002. That's also screwing things up right now.
Well, it's expected to become significant a bit later. I'll tell you what, though. There's a storm here in northern Mississippi that looks like it's probably going to be tornadic here in a second. This storm over here near Oxford and Abbeville, this one probably could go.
Severe thunderstorm warning for
By the way, that was
southeastern
Morgan.
LaRue
He's
County
my
in central
associate
Kentucky,
that helps me out on the
Marion
channel
County
every
in
now and
central
then.
Kentucky, northern Taylor
So
County
whenever
in
you hear
central
his voice,
Kentucky.
he's here to help. He's here to give me extra information. And he's here to help you get extra information as well. So Morgan has his own channel. I'll be sure to put a link to that in the chat when I can. But him and I, we kind of just continue to try and get as much information out as possible, especially if I'm live streaming. He's a good help with me too. So yeah, the storm here near Oxford, northern Mississippi, heading towards Abbeville. This is heading off towards the Hickory Flat and Myrtle areas. This thing probably could go. All right, I'm going to be completely honest with you. This thing probably could go produce a tornado. I mean, the echo tops on this cell, this is starting to become one of those supercells that we talk about. This is Morgan read chat every now and then. This is starting to become one of the supercells that we talk about in previous videos and live streams, to where these could be the big significant ones that produce strong tornadoes. And this, you know, with echo tops here, I mean, this storm has 41,000 foot echo tops. That's how tall the thunderstorm actually is. And
Probably not going to get much beyond that.
probably not, but have you seen the
SPC
rotation?
hit it.
Severe
The SPC
thunderstorm
hit the
warning
nail on
for
the head. There's a
northern
pretty
Greene County in
significant
central
warm nose at
Kentucky,
700 millibars.
south central
Oh, yeah.
Marion
This-
County in
these
central
storms aren't
Kentucky,
really gonna get much
southeastern
beyond that. That's one
Hart
of the
County in
inhibiting
central
factors about
Kentucky,
today that has to be
central
taken note
Taylor
of.
Well, the one
County
thing
in
that I
central
notice is that
Kentucky.
the further south you are, the more that warm nose actually, you know, starts to creep in. But if you're in the northern portions of Mississippi and Alabama, that's kind of like the area to watch, like from Columbus and north.
They're a little bit better off, even northern areas of Alabama.
So take a look at
Um,
northern Mississippi real quickly then, because this right
Yeah, I
here,
know.
I mean, this thing is just, it's chugging. It is chugging.
Which particular thing are you talking about?
The severe warn storm.
Oh, that, yeah.
66 degree dew points right next to it. Now the winds are a bit
That's
more south.
predicted.
Winds are a bit more southwesterly. But
Tornado warning
the
for
dew points are hitting
southern
70
Tuscaloosa
just
County
areas
in west
just
central
spotty. Okay.
Alabama,
yeah,
north central
But
Bibb
I mean, this
County
storm
in
right
central
here,
Alabama.
yeah, this thing has the chance to go. If this thing wraps up, this could be one of the significant tornadoes today. Any 3D views of the cell? I definitely can do a 3D of the cell. Let's take a look and see what's happening here. ISO surface. So first off, this is what the cell looks like without any stuff applied to it. It doesn't look anything too bad right now, so I don't think it's super mature quite yet. I think it's still relatively new in its infancy. But if we go a little bit further down below, don't see an inflow notch. And that's probably because, well, no, we're looking up 5,000 feet up in the sky, so it's not going to be that bad. But it's still, you know, about a mile up. Can't see an inflow notch. So the inflow notch must be really close to the ground for the most part. Let me take a look. Oh, yeah, that rotation's tightening up. That thing is possibly going to go. We also got other storms here. A lot of other storms here in southern portions of Tennessee here. Now, this is heading towards Shelbyville. There's another storm that has a little bit of rotations, a little bit of a weaker one. But this, you know, these storms, if they have enough conversions, they can produce tornadoes. And we got one right there. We could potentially do it. Trying to see if I can find any other storms that could potentially rotate. There's this one over here near Manchester. That doesn't have a whole lot of rotation. This one near College Grove, near Murfreesboro. It doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation, except for in the upper level. So if that thing continues to get closer and closer to Murfreesboro, we might actually have a bit of a view there. But I don't see a whole lot on this, to be completely honest with you. So let's go back to this cell over here that's near Oxford. And this one's continuing to chug. All right, I mean, this one is probably going to be the one to do it, as I've said. I mean, you got very bright greens moving towards the radar, reds and grays moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Let's see if I can take a storm motion from Morgan. And yeah, there you go. So greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And there's actually brighter greens than there are brighter reds. More brighter greens than brighter reds. which tells me that this is a bit more inflow dominant. This thing is sucking in a lot of moisture compared to wrapping around a lot of rain, and that could be either a blessing or that is
A problem.
a very big problem. All right. So the way it could be a blessing is if it's too much so to the point where it can't wrap around its rear flank downdraft, then it can't produce the tornado. However, if it can balance each other out to where it actually gets the rain wrapped around, you have the inflow with the moisture right in between it, then that's a big problem. Very big problem. Because that can produce your big tornado.
Nate, Jeff Petrowski's got a funnel. I'm not sure where he is. I'm trying to figure it out. He's near Florence. But
oh, so he's probably north and east of Florence. That was probably the cell that we were looking at earlier. There's also this cell over here near Marietta. Florence is northwestern portions of Alabama.
Ew.
So there's a cell that's right on. There's a cell
Yeah.
that's right on the border of Tennessee and Alabama near Lexington, and that one's the one that
Yeah.
we saw in the sky camera. But then there's like another one over in Mississippi that's about to cross over, like near Marietta, and that one's probably the next one to like really watch out for. And that one's actually heading towards Florence in itself. So if that actually continues to move on through, we can use that sky camera again.
Yeah, Jeff still has a funnel on it. Still going.
So that it's probably the one that's near Lexington then?
Yep. Looks like it. Yeah, and I would watch Marietta to wrap up very soon.
That's what I was looking at too. That one I'm kind of concerned about.
Although the upper levels of that thing aren't too defined. So it may take a little bit.
Yeah.
But
Oh, finally, the sky cam in Pulaski finally works. Are you serious? Dude, this is not funny.
little too late. Eh?
Yeah, a little too late. Just a little bit. Not that big of a deal. Just a little too late. Let's take a look at the cell near Phil or the sky cam near Phil Campbell. Now, expect to get used to this cam here, because eventually we're going to start looking at this extensively. There's going to be a lot of storms that are going to form further south of Florence. And when that happens, actually, we'll be able to have another camera that's just to the north of Hackleburg. And we'll be able to watch all those storms too. But we got all these other storms. And they're kind of just going about here, all over the place. But yeah, Petro definitely did get a funnel there.
SPC set out heavy snow. No.
Let's go back to Memphis. Chloe with the 20 says, when you get a chance, can you give an outlook for the Houston, Mississippi area? Thank you so much. So yeah, you guys are expected to get the same thing as everyone else in northern Mississippi. You guys might either... I think the good thing about you all is that you guys might be a little bit too far south to get like the main significant tornado risk. But if you do get something over there and it does root, then you guys could potentially get some activity. But I think most of the stuff could potentially move up to the north of you all. But, you know, at the same time here, like this is the convective outlook here for you all. This is the outlook for the severe weather. And you can see big 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here indicated in the orange. And then got a big yellow area too. Big 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So just watch out for that for the most part. Watch out for this for the most part. Let's go back to Columbus Air Force Base. This storm over here near Troy, I kind of want to get a camera on. I want to get a camera on this thing. Where is Troy exactly? Troy's over there. So west, about south. Yeah, that does a whole lot. Oh, that does good though.